friends. It has been so long since I've seen you all. It's been forever. But if you are tired of Leandra and I, we do have Julie to break it up a little bit. So we do have a fresh face with fresh information to talk about, which is nice because, you know, we've been talking for 6 hours, 7 hours. I don't know how long we've been going for. It's been a while. But we are here for Sunbringer Sprints. So as we do, typical Tuesday nights, but on this Tuesday night, we will be reading Sunbringer. All of us collectively on screen will be reading Sunbringer. If you want to join us reading Sunbringer, we'd love to have you. If you want to read whatever you need to read or do whatever else you need to do, that is also completely fine. We are equal opportunity sprints for tonight, but we will be discussing in very general terms our thoughts on Sunbringer, because obviously we cannot talk about anything specific since it is the second book in a series. Everything is spoilering. So we will be very vague with our thoughts here on the stream. Behind the scenes to each other. I'm sure we will talk more openly. But for all three of us, I believe, I'm assuming that Julie gave Godkiller 5 stars since it was your most favorite.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't actually buddy read it with Julie, so then I second guessed myself.
Yeah, but like Julie made us read it, but did she give it 5 stars?
Yeah,
she did.
So, I assumed. And then as I was saying it with confidence, my brain went, well, you never know.
A favorite book could, you never know.
You might have given it a 4.5, you know, who knows?
Yeah.
We all gave Godkiller 5 stars. We adore Godkiller. Julie is the most recent one to read it because you just did a reread of Godkiller.
I did. I actually didn't quite get done because I was annotating it. Mm-hmm. So I got to the 60% mark, and then I read the last couple of chapters as like a reminder.
Right.
But then, but it's all pretty fresh now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And me and Leandra just read it during Battle of the Girl Bands. So in February. So it's pretty fresh.
Yeah.
It's pretty fresh. I'm also going to be annotating Godkiller. That's my next annotation project. Now that I finished Icebreaker, Godkiller's the next one, but I kind of want to wait till I finish this because I feel like going back after reading this, I might see things that I didn't see the first time. Because I even found that with Icebreaker, which Icebreaker is just a romance. But when I went back and annotated, I was like, oh, I have a whole new appreciation for Russ because it's Russ's book.
Yeah, you're like, oh, okay.
I don't think I even noticed him the first time I read this, but he's everywhere. And I'm sure Godkiller will be even more in depth. So I'm excited to dive in. I'm assuming this is a 5-star prediction for me. We'll see. Mm-hmm. Going into it with high expectations sometimes is dangerous.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But I do trust Hannah Kaner to give us great commentary on lots of topics, I expect. And this one is bigger. Did you notice this?
I didn't, because I'm reading it on ebook, so I had no idea.
It's bigger because the audiobook for Godkiller was 12 hours long, and this one is 16.
I didn't even notice that because I've got the audio as well.
Mm-hmm.
I did notice this one is slightly thicker. Not a lot, but a little bit.
A little wider. This one's over 300 pages. I don't think Godkiller is.
Yeah. If it is, it's barely.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, can I reach it? Yes, I can. I should have got it down just assuming.
I should go get mine while you guys are doing it.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's $2.90.
Yeah, that's how long mine is too.
I wasn't sure where you had the hardback, if it would be the same page number. And they're so pretty.
They are. They're so pretty.
Look how gorgeous these are.
Oh my gosh, you're so pretty. Yeah, they're gorgeous. I don't think I told you guys, or maybe I told you, Brittany, but my hardback edition of Godkiller came in. I just got the UK regular edition. Waterstone's got it back, and Laura, the book hermit, really kindly looked out for me. It was like, hey, I'll just keep an eye out. And they got an alert saying that, hey, the hardback is back in stock for just regular. Because I was like, I don't need the special edition. It's fine. I just want a hardback. And so now that I got that, I can just order the hardback of Sunbringer from Blackwell's and just keep it all together. So yeah, very excited.
Because we need them to match. It's just because I expect this to be quite a favorite series. So yes, I understand. Mm-hmm. This is the middle book of the series. There will be a third. when? Next year, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm assuming. And also I can't wait to see what the cover looks like. I can't wait to know what it's called.
Well, and that's it, because if you've read Godkiller, you'll know the title means something for Sunbringer, which you don't find out until the end. So I'm just going to leave it there. But I'm kind of interested to see if we might maybe by the end of this book, maybe have an idea of like what the next one will be. Because they do kind of have like similar titles
Yeah.
and a similar theme in title. I'll
3 syllables, and then there's like 2 words put together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we might see. I'm excited to be back with these characters.
Yes. Me too.
But let's see who's here. Normally, I would ask you what you're all doing.
You know, you don't have to ask. Yeah.
And I would get you to introduce yourselves, but you're both here fairly often, so I won't put you through that either. Because I know how much I hate that. So like we'll just go right into the comments. We have but before I do that, if you don't know who Julie and Leandra are, just really quickly, I don't know how that's possible, but you need to fix that. And both of them are linked in the description box down below, so you can go over and check out their channels. They're both fabulous, both lovely. And if you like what I like, you will like what these two like, because we have very similar styles of reading in a lot of ways. Yeah. Helen is here. Hello, Helen. And Morticia is here. Happy reading, everyone. Sulana, how are you? Tennille and Stacy. Donna is here and is reading Sunbringer. Gonna see how much I can get read, as I have started to feel sick this afternoon. Oh no, I'm sorry, Donna. Sorry you're not feeling well. I'm very excited that you're reading Sunbringer with us, though. So happy at the start of the comment. You know, not as much at the end, but hopefully maybe being here and just maybe getting some rest, you'll start to feel better. Hello, Glenda. Beatrice is here. Just came back from a gaming session. I will now read a bit before bed. And Maddie is here. And while I am on Maddie, I did not link Maddie, which I should have. I wasn't I had to remake these sprints.
Yeah, this was the second time around, and I had to redirect this twice because I realized I was like, wait a second. I was like, I'm redirecting you to nowhere, so I had to change it. Yep.
So I had to remake these sprints, so my description box is not as full as it normally is because I had to remake them. So maybe a mod would love to put Maddie's channel in the chat. I'm sure there's somebody here who will do that. But Maddie, we just finished on Leandra's channel. We just came from there. Meet the Booktuber. We met Maddie. Maddie is fabulous. Maddie has a readathon going on when does it start, Leandra?
The 24th of May. It's 1 week. So it's like a nice short one. It's mystery themed, mystery and mayhem. So it'll be good.
And also, Maddie has such fabulous vlogs because Maddie lives on a boat. And I find it so fascinating to see that perspective and the book, how to organize books and do so fun, so lovely. So there will be a link coming. If Ahmad doesn't get it, I will, but I
am extra sad that I missed your sprints today.
Like, what is happening?
And Christina got Maddie, so we're good.
I mean, I could not run a booktube channel without Christina, so that's fair. Literally could not.
Oh, and so did Kirsty. A few people. We have thanks everyone.
Friends, you're all amazing. I will get to those comments at some point. I know if I scroll to the bottom for them right now, I will never remember where we are. So thank you so much, though. Starting out by finishing the remaining 20 pages of today's Crown of Feathers. Then we'll switch to Sunbringer. You're currently 40% in. How are you feeling about it at 40%? You didn't know, yet here you are. That happens. We just kind of send you off. And at the end of these sprints, which will be in 5 more hours, we will be here for 5 hours doing this. And when we are finished, it will do the same thing if you want more sprints, and you'll land on Nicole Dusty Booksniffer's channel. And then in about 10 hours after that, Nicole will do the same thing to you and send you to Coda's. Tuesdays a day. Hello, Christina. Hello, Noah. Hello, Olivia. And Lexi, which StreamYard won't let me hit the comment, but Lexi is here. Got off work an hour early. Didn't know what to do with myself, so I went shopping, got that stuff to put away, and I'll be reading The Mistress and The Renowned while eating dinner. Well, that's a fun afternoon. And Rainey is here at 73% into An Education in Malice and should finish it tonight. And of course, the lovely Christina is here hitting the hugs to the like button. So appreciated. Enjoy Sunbringer, just popping in to poop the like button. Hello, Laura. Thank you so much. The algorithm loves that hitting of the like button, and we appreciate it so much. And we just appreciate you like coming in so we can say hi and see you for a second. And there is Coda. Speaking of Coda, after Nicole, this is where you'll end up. Hello, Alicia. Coming from Leandra's sprints, teleportation went smooth. In Leandra's last sprint, I was able to get dinner and also read 81 pages of The Last Olympian, currently at 125 of 381. You are flying. I love that the teleportation went smooth. I love that we now trust it. Like, there was a time where Leandra and I were like holding our breath every time.
Yeah, we would be like, can someone just let us know that it all worked out? Like,
now
please?
we trust it, and that's when it's going to mess up.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, your guard's down? Okay,
Mhm.
let's mess everything up.
Mm-hmm. Reading before I go to, I think it was before I go to sleep, because I remember this from reading when we were over with Leandra. Then I will switch to Monster Born and Made. And I knew this from the Discord. We have DNF'd the Ballads of Songbirds and Snakes. Coda will be thrilled. And started Threadneedle. I really feel like I should be reading Threadneedle right now because so many people are reading it. And I'm like, I'm not starting it for 2 weeks. And I'm like, but I should read it now. I'll be reading All We're Promised by Ashton Lattimore in the first couple of sprints. Then later I'll be reading Samira Ahmed's new book. The Book Won't Burn. Nice. And then we have so many people saying hello to each other, and I love it. And I also just love that we yell everybody's names into the ether now. Like, that's the best. I love it. It's fabulous. Hello, Kay. I'm so glad to see you. I need to focus and read with you all, switching off my brain and read the words. Well, I hope we can help you get some reading done and just have a nice break from, everything going on. And let me scroll because there's a lot of hellos. There's so many. Got to 313 of 353. You are so close. 40 pages. You've got this. I am well. How are you? Erin is closing all this week, and I'm trying to make dinner. And she cries every time I put her down and latches onto my leg. Fun times. Parenting. It's so fun. Right? Like, if you want to eat, you need to let me do the things. Just bought Godkiller and book 2 in hardback. I'm trusting you. Oh, that always scares me. Like, even though I know the book is good, it's like anytime you give a recommendation, you're kind of like, but I hope you like it.
Yeah, especially when they buy it. I'm like, oh my gosh. I was like, you put money down. It's an investment.
It was terrifying during girl bands when everyone started reading Godkiller, and I was just like 10 people have told me they're reading this. Someone please like it.
Please.
It's very scary when people are reading your favorite books. The Can I Trust video, when we did Me, I was like, this cannot end with me because you all cannot have this happen to you because it's not fair.
Yeah, we were like, okay, Brittany's done anyways. And you're like, we should continue.
I was like, please hold. Yeah. I'm not the only one to reap this lovely benefit of love from all my friends.
Yeah, this lovely, amazing benefit.
Exactly. No. Hello, Hillary. Reading Dawn by Octavia E. Butler tonight. Thinking about doing a declutter with me video. I love those kind of videos. I find them so motivating. Place a poll on my community tab. Would you guys take a second to vote on it? Absolutely. We will all go and do that in the sprint. Hello, Jamie. Finished my arc right at the end of the last sprint on Leandra's. Have to decide what I'll be reading next. Do you have options? Was making some late night toast and may have missed it. Leandra, did you avoid? Leandra did not.
I did not. Libby was like, "Oh, really? You think you're more powerful than I am?" And boop, gone. I looked. It was like, your book has been returned, and I was like, I turned off Wi-Fi. I did the airplane mode, and it knew. It's gotten our tricks. Ugh.
That happened to me with Jackal. I had 17 pages left, and I was like, I literally needed like 10 more minutes. I was like,
seriously, I was like, really? Like, can't you just see how close I am? Like,
well, that's it. It's like you see that I'm actively listening. Like, I was listening to it when it took it. You see that I'm actively listening. You see that I need 10 more minutes. Like,
yeah, you can't just like, throw me a bone here. But I did finish it physically. So I finished it with my eyes, and I'm thinking I'm going to give it 4 stars because I really liked it. Yeah, it was really fun.
And then we have all the links for Maddie's channel. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you. I remember the other day you mentioned about reading it, and I'm like, right, let's add another current read to the month, which I mean is normal, 100%. BookTube has fallen into what we're in our buddy reads era, I think is what we are. Like, I've just noticed this across BookTube, like kind of as a whole, is that everyone's like, oh, you're reading that? Oh, let's all read it together. And that's where we're at. Mm-hmm. And I'm not mad about it. It's fun times. It can be overwhelming at times, but it's fun times. Christina, we were neck and neck. Heading to bed now. Good night, Kirsty. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Finished A Court of Mist and Fury. Now I'm on page 251 of 451 of A Life of Puppets. Nice. Liking Sunbringer slightly better so far than Godkiller.
To Neil.
Wow.
I was gonna say, you've just changed the mood a little bit. We're even more excited.
Wow, less walking so far. Fair, because there is a lot of walking in Godkiller. I actually didn't notice that until someone else said it after I read it.
Yeah, like, and it's like, oh, I'm not into a journey. Like, they're like, oh, I don't really like journey fantasy. And I was like, I guess it is a journey. They are, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I somehow missed that while I was reading it. Although, in my defense, we read it very quickly.
Yeah, we were making them walk quick. They were fat, like they were speed walking the entire time. Like that, we
were playing Libby Chicken in a very small amount of time to read that book.
Yeah, seriously, we're like, we're gonna make you run. That's pretty much what we told the characters.
It was a quick, good time, but it was not a long time.
No, it was not.
You guys are so kind. I had the best time. So happy to meet you, Julie. Maddie, we had such a lovely time with you, and I'm sure we will see you more over the coming weeks, months, years of BookTube. Hello, Paul. How are you? Favorite day. I woke up in time for Leandra's sprints, got 14% into When the Moon Hatched, and I'm loving every second of it. When the Moon Hatched is the book club pick for the tortured. Oh no, it's not the tortured poets department.
Readers? Like tortured
readers. Thank you.
Yeah, unless Rainy and Katie are poets, I don't know. Maybe they've decided to write poetry. I would read it. If Rainy and Katie wrote poetry together, that would be a time.
I mean, I've heard Rainy rap, so I know that Rainy can rhyme and spit a lyric.
True.
So I'm here. Can you tell what I did in the last of Leandra's sprints was just listen to Taylor? Like, my brain couldn't even adapt. I was like, nope, all I did was listen to Taylor for half an hour. Hello, Michaela. Making dinner and hoping to read something tonight. Not sure what yet. Do you have options? Percy Jackson and Titan's Curse. I can read. I must read. Everything's fine. We've got this. Hello, Jean. I have to sign into work for a little. Probably going to read the book called Lust or The Salt Grows Heavy. Ooh, I hope you are enjoying The Salt Grows Heavy. I know there's a little buddy read of that going on with Coda and a few other people. I read this during Battle of the Girl Bands, maybe?
Maybe. I remember you initially were thinking about reading it when you had to read mermaid books for some reason.
Yes.
And you didn't read it.
Mm-hmm.
But then...
And then I needed to get a red book for Book-A-Mon with 1 day left. And I went, that'll be the one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because it's very small. We are sending all the vibes. I knew Coda would be happy about this DNF.
Yeah.
Hello, Jen. How are you? I'm so sorry you're feeling sick. Oh, no. Hopefully tea and comfy reading will help. I hope so as well. Hello, cool gamer. Baby girl is eating a strawberry while holding her in one hand and cooking with the other. She wins, as she should, really. You know, we all know who runs the house. It's always the little people. The Overlord can't be defeated. It does remind me my current read is due in 2 days and I have 11 hours left. So best get to it after a sleep. That's right. Tomorrow. That's a tomorrow task. Hello, Maria. Made it through the first 7 chapters of A Court of Thorns and Roses in Leandra's, and we'll be continuing with that. So far, it's pretty interesting. I feel like a lot of people are reading ACOTAR or a book in ACOTAR today.
Yeah. Because Livia finished A Court of Mist and Fury, which is book 2. So Maria, that's your future. Is what Livia was doing.
Think I'll focus on the arc of Familiaris by David. No.
Rabluski?
Thank you.
Maybe?
We'll go with it. It's a long one, but it started out well. I also did not notice until everyone was saying it. However, I was laying down reading it and just enjoying my cozy time. Nice. And there's Jess. Hello, Jess. Going to focus on filming instead of reading today. So maybe in the background today, but I'll hopefully be back for the chats. No worries if you miss them. We love the productivity and we're here when you have time to pop in. The walking takes it down a peg for me. So far the same, but without the negative, in my opinion, of walking. Fair. I feel like God Killer left us on quite a cliffhanger.
100%. Like I love like the silent pauses. We're just like
it left us with a lot of things happening and a lot of things that we were just figuring out all at once. And I'm excited to know more about that.
Me too. I loved it. I usually am kind of like annoyed with cliffhangers. This one I was like, I can't wait to see what happens.
It was good. Yes, you did wrap because the timer stopped working.
That's right.
Read 20 to 24 books a month every month this year. I've not finished a book in May due to being sick. I'm so sorry that you've been sick, but don't feel bad about taking the time you need because I think we put pressure on ourselves sometimes and then we feel kind of more anxious than if we just take a break, take the time we need. Self-care is important. The books will be here when you get back. But if you're ready to dive into reading, we're here to help you get it done. Yes, in setting all the positive vibes. I do have options. Okay. The Kaiju Preservation Society. Physical is a Becky Lynch audiobook biography. And the audiobook, Crooked Kingdom.
Stop. Sorry.
I was like, what is going on? I looked at the timer. I'm like, the timer's not going. I was like, what's going on? And then Julie says stop. And like,
stop.
Sorry.
I loved it. It was great. I vote The Crooked Kingdom because I haven't read that Lee Bardugo book, but in any situation, I will always vote Lee Bardugo. So there you go. I'll let the other panelists weigh in though.
Well, I was drawn to the Kaiju Preservation Society because I've been meaning to read it myself because that's by John Scalzi and I really liked Starter Villain by him. So I thought about trying that, but also it depends. If you're in the mood for just an audio, then that's probably Crooked Kingdom is the right thing because that one's an ebook and you might not be in the mood for like reading an ebook by itself.
And I don't mean to team up against Leandra, but I would say Crooked Kingdom because then you're done with a series, and it's a good one. Like I love that book.
So there you go.
I respect it. We aren't fighting. No worries, everyone. Julie and I aren't fighting.
We're all friends here.
I respect it. Yeah, I was gonna say that's a smart idea. We respect finishing series, so that might be something you got to do, Michaela.
Also, this author writes sci-fi, correct? I'm correct in this because I was doing some looking in to this, the Kaiju Preservation Society.
So John Scalzi wrote this one, wrote Starter Villain, which is deemed sci-fi. Also, Old Man's War red shirts. So he's like really well known in the sci-fi society. I feel like space adventure, kind of that kind of thing. Except Starter Villain isn't. It's like
It's a
everyone
mystery,
says,
right?
yeah, well, it's kind of a mystery. Like basically this man, his uncle dies and he inherits his business. He doesn't realize it's like a supervillain business. And he's like, oh, and there's like some like high tech things like cats that are, able to talk, and, they own Airbnbs, and it's a bit complicated. So yeah, Starter Villain is, I guess, outside of his norm, but like I loved it. I gave it 4 stars and it was really fun.
So the reason I'm saying that is because I know Michaela is on Team Sci-Fi. So that might be a good book to hold.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's pretty short. So if you like, even if you fall behind or you get busy, then you don't have to feel badly because you're reading that and you get the points for it being sci-fi. So yeah, good point.
I know if I can just get into a book, I'll be okay. I'm determined, Brittany. Magic. We'll try to bring the magic for you. And everyone is wishing Kay all the good healing vibes. Feel that too, but prom is over, so I can just finish spring cleaning. I can focus more on reading. I hope prom went well, Christina. I know that I've seen pictures, but I haven't really gotten to speak to you since, so I hope it's gone well. Lots of everybody saying hello to each other. We love it. And then there is Bree, who just got home and needs to film. We can help you do that. This is accurate. This is true. We are reading The Familiar in June, and I'm very excited about it. Another vote for Crooked Kingdom. Another vote for Crooked Kingdom. Crooked Kingdom works because I can read and play my Nintendo Switch. Also a good shout. Oh, it's a fight. They're ready to roam. Let's roll. I mean, even the comments are against you.
I was going to say, I was like, fine, Brittany can be the ref. Like, we'll go all out.
I think all the books are sci-fi.
Yeah.
Good point. Hold on to it. Yes. Locked in sci-fi murder mystery blend is really good.
Yes, because that one's been on my radar when I was doing genre blends. I almost included it with sci-fi mystery. So yeah, that's a good shout too. I've had that on my radar.
The cats owe me.
Yeah, and don't even get me started with the dolphins. I'll leave that as like a little nugget for you all to find out. So yeah, it's kind of a crazy book, but it's super fun.
Still loving an education. I know I need to read it. I know I'm going to love it. Let's be honest. Like, I'm going to adore this book. I have the arc of it. I should have already read it. I should be ashamed. I feel like I'm reading this for reasons.
You thought about, you were going to read it because it was for a book club. Was it Breeze? Bree and...
Yes, I was going to read it with them, and I think I'm reading it for reasons that you two would know about that they don't know about.
For reasons. Oh, you should have said it that way.
We didn't catch on to that, y'all.
You're right.
Got it.
I think I could be wrong.
I had to make a list.
I haven't screenshotted places. I'm like, that's so far away from now. 992 pages. Wow.
What?
Wow. Yeah, you're going to be reading that for a few sprints for sure. Definitely. Did a book outlet order for my sci-fi wish list in anticipation. I know they're not a perfect vendor, but neither is Indigo and Amazon, really 100%. Really, and I feel like, unfortunately, in my area, there's not really that many good indie bookshops. Like, I have to drive really far away, which is unfortunate. But I think I'm going to do a couple of like longer trips and do videos with them, going to some, but I have to drive so far. So like, now that it's summer and not snow everywhere, and slippery roads and things, I'm like, okay, let's go. Appreciate the discounts, and they collect books that bookstores are getting rid of. We have discovered this. Rainey and I have finally found where the Venn diagram of what we like overlaps, and it is obscure dark academia books.
Yeah, would anyone have expected that? No, but that's
100%. Super character focused dark academia books. Rainey and I, we love them. Who knew? Okay, wrote the story of Edgar Sawtell, which I own but have not read yet. Nice. And that's the end of the comments. I don't know how we did that. We did it with 30 minutes, like right on the dot. We did it perfectly. But let's go into our first sprints. We are going to do 65-minute sprints because that's just how the math lines up to get over to Nicole's on time. And I will see you all in 65 minutes. Friends. Okay. Wow. Okay. Hannah Kaner. We're speechless, everyone. Wow.
Yeah, started off with a bang. We started off right away, and every chapter has kind of been a whirlwind. I think I'm behind you guys because I was like, we had like 5 minutes left, and I was just about to start chapter 5, so I haven't started chapter 5 yet.
I'm in the middle of chapter 5, so I'm not far off you. I'm on page 31 for Julie's reference because I believe we have the same page numbers because we did for God Killer, so I'm assuming we do for Sunbringer.
Yeah. I'm on page 32, so like literally.
So we're all pretty much in the same spot because I'm only a couple pages in to chapter 5.
Yeah.
We have message after every chapter with each other. I'm not going to survive this book.
I know, and I know we were like, oh, we're so excited, and I was like, you know what? We kind of should have expected it. We ended God Killer in a mess. Like everything had just like kind of exploded. Things had happened, so we shouldn't be surprised that all the characters are kind of going through stuff.
Yes, so, we shouldn't. But you'd think because I know more than some of the characters, it wouldn't affect me as much.
No.
That's so true.
But it still is.
It's really getting me.
Wow. Okay. It's a lot. It's a lot emotionally.
Yeah.
And the quotes are just as was with God Killer.
Yeah.
Hannah Kaner can write a book. Okay? Like can write a book.
Yeah.
She can just write a scene.
So I still cannot believe that this is a debut series.
Yeah. Crazy. It's so good. I'm invested in every single character. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, even we were talking about the chapter 1. I'm invested. I want to see more and know more about what's going on with chapter 1. And just
100%.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many emotions because you feel all the emotions depending on what character you're with.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
I shouldn't have been surprised we got this perspective we did in chapter 1, but I was really surprised.
Well, for a second, I was like, where are we going? Because for a second, I was like, this is taking a turn. I was not anticipating this early in the book.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be the perspective we started with.
Yeah, we launched into. Yes.
Yeah. And then also what occurred in that POV, I also wasn't expecting. So I was like, so many surprises. And then also the so what did I just finish? So no, chapter 3. So chapter 3's perspective, I was anticipating, but the way it ended, I was like, oh, like there was a certain scene where one character was about to let something happen, changed their mind, and I was like, oh. So I even felt for the character that something was happening to them.
Me too.
Yes.
We got there. I was like, I'm trying to put
it's hard because we can say very little actual things. So we're really having to talk around so much because it's a sequel. And literally everything, like even saying what that first perspective was in any context would be a complete spoiler to this book.
Yeah.
And what the third perspective is, like they're all just saying the names would be problematic.
Spoilers.
So we're just having to be very hush. But
I'm really excited to get to the perspective we haven't gotten to yet.
I think I know what perspective you're. Yeah. Yeah, because we've also gotten a lot of, indications of this character from others' perspectives.
Yeah,
and I want to be in this character's head to.
But
really
will we survive it?
I know a lot is already going through their
head. That's
head.
going to be the one that actually gets me to cry.
I've been very close. I have welled up a couple of times already.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go to the comments. Everyone's just gonna watch us be emotionally wrecked through this.
Yeah, emotional without no context. Like, they have no idea.
We're already going through it, everyone. I think I'm 30 pages in, so it's a bit early to call it. But if this is not a 5-star, it'll be shocking to me.
Yeah.
Truly.
It will have gone so far off the rails that because
Yeah.
I am liking it more than God Killer at this point, because I think I know these characters so well and I am more invested in these characters.
So invested. Also, I just saw at the bottom of the comments right now, Tennille just said something, end of chapter 6.
Oh no.
So we gotta buckle up. We
Tennille.
gotta buckle up. I don't really know what's gonna happen, but
okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah. Jess, I do appreciate that it did not notify you tonight, but yet last night when I didn't want it to notify you, it did. So appreciate that, YouTube. YouTube is so great like that.
The YouTube gods just make all the best choices.
It really hit home that 9-second live that me and Leandra accidentally did. But not the actual one.
And we giving Julie a heart attack.
Yeah.
Like,
just long enough to give me like a shot of adrenaline and be like,
was I supposed to be? It's fine. Also, Noah, I think you're already gone. So good night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. But so excited to see that you joined Team Sci-Fi. We're welcome. We love to have you. We're very excited about this. Hello, Ashley. Gonna be reading Shanghai Immortal. Nice. Smocus Pocus, you are Emily, right? Do I have the right name?
I was thinking the same thing. It'd be weird if we both thought the wrong name.
It wouldn't be, but it could be possible. So please let us know if I'm wrong, because I would like to know to not call you the wrong name. So please correct me if I am wrong. But I'm also very excited that you're reading Lore, because I actually really liked this book. I know it didn't, it kind of got mixed reviews, but I had a good time with this. It's a Greek mythology retelling. YA. Really enjoyed it. Hello, Courtney. And Courtney is watching TV. I'm on hour 8.
He could be reading subtitles. She could be reading the TV.
So this is my long day. Me and Leandra are now on hour 8. So whatever comes out of our mouths, just kind of smile and nod at us at this point.
Please.
It's fine. Be like, they're tired. Hello, Neva. I almost said hello reading with Neva. Like, I don't know Neva.
Reminder, how many hours we're in, people.
Again, hour 8, everyone. Almost bought God Killer. You definitely should have bought God Killer. And yes, you need to go back and get it, because it's so good. And I actually think you'd really like it, because we tend to agree on this kind of fantasy. We also finished Double D, which is very exciting. An interesting comic indeed. I think I like it more than Cursed Princess Club due to more mystery. Oh, and sign language representation. Oh, that just got it to get a star. Because especially in a comic or graphic novel, I always feel like that's so powerful, because it's actually like part of the art of the book.
Yes.
And I love that. Another book that I'm trying to think, I believe the Tea Dragon Society has sign language in it. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and we see sign language rep in God Killer.
There is.
In this series.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of representation in God Killer and Sunbringer, especially for a fantasy novel. I feel like fantasy is a place where you don't see that as often as some other genres. So it's very lovely to see. Hello, Anna. Reading Lore Olympus Volume 1. Got back just in time for the chatty bit. We'd love to see it. Hello. Ate dinner, cleaned the bathroom, and have been working through my watch later list. 23 pages in that sprint. Again, we're all just going to say stuff, and we're all just going to go with it, because we're all very tired. It's been a long day. Oh, no, I forgot to do this, Alicia. I forgot. I 100% forgot. So I will do this. I'm going to star this so I don't forget. People know, though, as soon as I go in timer, anything that I said I was going to do,
I'm like, focus. I forget anything. Yeah.
It's horrible. So I'm going to do that in the next sprint and actually do it this time. Ate dinner and scrolled. We'll read in the next one. We love a cozy sprint. I like Leandra using this as like calling them cozy sprints now.
I like that.
I might steal that. I kind of love it. Made banana muffins. Yum. Waiting till my household goes away before I film. It's turning into a busier day than I expected. Can relate to waiting for the quiet house to film. Can completely relate. Took a shower and now making dinner. Got the kiddos ready for bed. Another 30 pages in The Last Olympian. Oh, no, you didn't like it? Jess.
I remember Jess saying that she didn't love it as much as God Killer, I think. So I don't think she disliked it.
Okay.
That's fair. I don't see how that's possible for me at this point in time.
Yeah.
I'm only 30 pages in. So like my opinions could change.
Yeah.
Right. You know what's funny is I initially was like, how can Sunbringer match God Killer? Like I was actually worried that it wouldn't like match it. And now I'm like already thinking that it's surpassing it. So interesting. Okay.
I might have to do what I did with Ninth House and Hellbent on my best books of the year and just kind of group them as a collective and be like, hold one spot. Because I can't be like, picking between them because they're connected too closely.
Yeah, they are one being.
They are one being. 75 pages of Percy. Read for half the time, then watched a YouTube video. Nice. Finished today's pages of Crown of Feathers. Finished meal prep and made it to 20%. Chapter 11 of Threadneedle. And this was where, oh no, on God, I thought this was the chapter 6 comment for a second. We're going to get there. On to God Killer next. I'm 48%, not 40. Okay. I don't know what percentage I am because I'm listening to it on Everand and that requires me to like exit out and go around to.
I'm 8%. You guys must be. Oh, I was going to say you guys must be around 10 because I'm at 8.
Yeah. Then that's where we are. Just finished An Education in Malice. I had to finish the last 3 pages real quick. What'd you think? Or can you tell us your rating? It might be for a video, so you might not be able to tell me. Yes, you do. Everyone had to call during that sprint. Still, I finished about 45 pages. I mean, considering everyone called, that's amazing. Made coffee. Book is good so far. Sunbringer starts off where it left off for sure, and there's more unexpected stuff ahead. It really did jump right in. Like usually some fantasy novels will give you a little breather first. Oh no.
Yeah. No. Maybe a rundown, like reminding you of things. They're like, no, especially with the POV that started. I was like, you have to fully remember and be aware of what's going on with that one.
Yeah. I agree. If you have not recently read God Killer, I would either look up a synopsis, quick overview, or reread it first, because luckily we've read it fairly recently, so it's fresh. And again, Julie is rereading it and checked the ending first, because it does really just assume that you finished God Killer and went right into Sunbringer.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's no prep at all of what happened.
No, you just hit the ground running. Like, just go.
I'm not mad about that, but it is something to be aware of if you maybe read God Killer a while ago.
Like when it came out last year. Like, yeah.
Totally.
And for the UK, they had even longer.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, because I'll admit, I was kind of disoriented. Like when the book started, I was like, wait, who? And I was like, oh, okay, this. And then I was like, okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
Just got ready for the day. Hope to be more productive in the next sprint. Start getting stuff done. 5 stars. So good. We love to see it, Rainey. We love to see it. Also, hi, Katie. How are you? Recorded some videos because if I'm not feeling good now, who knows what tomorrow will bring when I need a video for tomorrow. And also, this is something I'm not good at, so I'm going to remind you, because it's going to be a reminder for you and me, that if we miss a video upload, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I know YouTube makes us feel like it is, which is why I want to remind both me and you. Because this happened to me when I had my surgery last year. I had emergency surgery, didn't know it was happening, didn't know it was coming, and had to take 2 weeks off. And it stressed me out. Originally being like, oh, but you know, I have upload days and the community understands. We're all here. We understand if things don't go, you know.
Yeah. Whether it's like illness or just you need a mental health day or like whatever it is, you know.
Exactly. But also I'm excited to see your video that you filmed. So it's a multitudinous. Hello, Jen. 80 pages left of everyone on the train is a suspect. Had to return God Killer to the library today, but I'm getting it back on the wait list. Yes. I mean, as we should. It's so good. Can't wait to pick up Sunbringer. Also, hello, Steph. How are you? Reading When the Moon Hatched this evening. You are not alone. There's a couple people reading this as part of Katie and Rainy's book club. I'll be reading that after I finish the audio I'm currently reading. See, proof. The covers of this series are absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. The end of chapter 6 gives me a bad feeling in my stomach. You'll likely get to that in the next sprint. Okay. I love that for us, but I'm also scared.
I'm stressed.
I'm stressed out. Hello, Sam. How are you? Yes. Start God Killer tomorrow when it arrives. Had supper and watched an episode of Grays with the boys. And my phone is finally charging so I can get to read in the next sprint. Nice. Wished I'd have waited and read it with you all because so far I think you're having a better experience than me. I don't know. We loved God Killer though. Like we were big fans.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't think I've ever felt, you know how sometimes you see posts where people say like, oh, what's that one book that you wish you could reread for the first time, like experience it for the first time? God Killer is like one of the first times I've ever felt that feeling where I wish I could experience that for the first time again. Like everything else, I'm just kind of like, oh no, I love it. I would reread it and it'd be fine. But I feel like God Killer is one that I'm like, oh, so yeah, that we all loved it like too much maybe, but yeah.
It really could be like, honestly, it would be shocking to me. And I said this about Babel last year. If this is not in my top spot of the year, I don't know what I read. Like what book did I read?
Yeah.
To dethrone it. And I said that about Babel last year and I was right. Babel held that the whole way to the end. So I don't foresee it being beat, but
yeah. Cause like I read God Killer in December of last year.
Yes.
And as I was reading it, I was like, I don't usually feel like this is gonna, you know, you don't feel like this is gonna be my top book of the year when you're like reading the book. But I was like, this is beating everything else out. Like, what am I gotta.
Yeah, I have to. Full stop. I must.
Yeah, I totally understand that. YouTube is crazy. Half the time, the sprints I actually want, I can't find. And the ones that have ended already stay at the top of my subscription feed for hours after they're over. You know, you got to go check it out. Silent Voice is a great manga with sign language. Oh, good to know. I will look that up. Thank you so much. Hello, Candy. How are you? Starting Jade Legacy today. Finished before I sleep. 4 stars. Nice. Trying to read the whole day long and only got my pages done for... Does anybody know what that is?
Jessica Simpson in Minnesota.
Sure. And 10 pages of The Devil's Labyrinth. Now hoping not to be bothered for the rest of the night so I can read. That's wonderful, Paul. I hope that you can read for the rest of the night. And also, if you would like to tell us what those acronyms are for, please do. We are not good with acronyms. We have admitted this before. We are bad
Terrible.
At it. We're really bad. Good night, Courtney. Thank you so much for hanging out and popping in. Do you see the acronym names? Because I saw you point to the comments. What is it?
Jonathan Strange. And yeah.
Yes.
Thanks,
Okay.
Christina. Of course, it's Christina.
Perfect. I was like, I could see you point, and I was like, oh, you see them. You see what I don't see.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, More. I'm so glad you had a good nap. We shot for 4.5 hours yesterday, so I'm exhausted today, and the nap was much needed. Working on cooking a new kind of pizza for dinner. I hope it turns out, and you'll have to share and let us know how it goes. The funniest thing about your promising to do was in Patreon sprints with the spanner. You kept saying to remember and forgot, and I still laugh about that. I am horrible at remembering anything. I'm awful. Christina, one of the many reasons I love Christina, has gotten into the habit of, as soon as we go into timer, messaging me on Instagram with the things I'm supposed to do.
Oh, it's so nice. Being like, okay, here's your checklist.
And I'm like, thank you. Because, the ADHD is strong in this one. It's fine. It's fine. My brain goes, it's gone. Some strange things happened in Dawn. I'm 55% in. It's sci-fi, so I'll let you know how it goes. I'm reading all sci-fi all this month. Okay, Hillary, if you're reading sci-fi all this month, I need you to message me like your top books so that I can put them aside for next month for me reading for Team Sci-Fi, because I have a lot of options, but I know I'm going to need so many options because I have no idea the prompts that Bree is going to throw at us. Let's be honest. None of us are prepared.
And sometimes prompts work really well. Like, you can tell a prompt will work really well for one genre,
Right.
which didn't really matter last year because it was color. But now it's like, this is actually a bit more specific. Mm-hmm.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Christina. Hello, Denise. Just got back from the dentist. I hope everything went well. Hoping to finish The Covenant of Water tonight. Glenda got to chapter 4, All We Were Promised by Ashton Lattimore, listening to the audiobook Lunar Love by Lauren Kung Jessen.
I gave that 4 stars.
Oh, nice.
Lunar Love. It was very fun. I read it last year, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Also went and watched the Mystery Mayhem announcement. This is Maddie's readathon. Leandra is a co-host. So you definitely want to go check this out. Trying to decide which team to join. I believe, Leandra, now would be the time to plug your team.
Well, we are Team Masterminds. So, Stacy, if you want to cause some mayhem, cause a bit of drama, then I think you should join our team. But there's also the Lassies and the Sleuths. They're a bit more honest in their goals. So it just depends on what you feel, what you want to be a part of. So I'll allow you to choose based on that.
Now to figure out what to read next, I need to read one more pre-order for my pre-orders vlog Sunday. If only I had the Emily Henry or the Jimenez audio. Isn't it so hard to make, especially with newer releases and pre-orders, to try and line up those audiobooks when you need them? It's difficult.
I either have everything or nothing.
This is so true.
Oh yeah, you're surprised. You're like, wow, I'm first. No one's waiting on this, and you get it right away. Or you're like 200th in line, and I'm like, okay, so I'm going to read this in a different season. The weather will be very different when I get this book. Okay.
I keep getting deliveries from Libby for holiday reads that I put on hold in December. And I was like, you missed it. You missed the plot a little bit.
Yeah. You were a little late.
I clearly don't want this now. But also I just keep delivering it later so that when December does roll back around,
you'll have it ready. You won't go through the same problem again.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Glad I reread Godkiller. It's definitely a book where you need to have read that one recently. Hello, Penelope. How are you? Apparently had a nap sprint and just took the dogs out and fed them. Yay for finishing for Rainy. Okay, we've got options. The Invocations or Powerful. Ooh. Okay, Rainy, I have a question. Do you have a lot? How fast you need it to go at Sunday. I actually know the answer to this. I was like, how fast do you need to finish this? Because Powerful is super short. So I'm going to say Powerful.
Yeah. I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's like a novella.
Quick.
So that can be done super quickly. And the people who do care that you missed a video aren't worth your time. This is so true. If people get upset about that, they're not the people you want
Unless they're like upset for you and they're like, oh my gosh,
Right.
like, is this person okay? Whereas if they're
Correct.
like, how dare you, I'm waiting on this, and it's like, this
Yeah.
is a hobby for
This is
all of
not-
us.
This is not the energy we need. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Mhm.
Don't have a video for tomorrow either. I always say Wednesdays and Sundays. It always ends up being Thursdays. Just lean into it. Although, like, keep it in your mind that it's Wednesday, because then, like, you know, you can lean into the procrastination of it. Because if you move it to if you change your mind to Thursday, then it'll be like Friday. We all need that reminder. We all do. All of us included. It's a quarter crisis book tag. Nice. Exciting. Do you need to read some of When the Moon Hatched tonight, though? Loving it. I know that you were loving it on the weekend sprint, so I'm glad to hear that you are still loving it. Been so stressed this month trying to stay on my upload schedule, and recently I just decided that it's only me stressing about it, and I can decide my own schedule. That's 100%. And the thing is, we're the ones that made the schedule.
Exactly.
Like, we decided the days that we upload. So at any point, we can change it. We picked it. Gave Godkiller 4.75 stars, in Sunbringer 3.75 stars. So, like, it wasn't bad. I just was bored in the middle of the book. Okay. We'll see how it goes.
Okay. Fair. But
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
We haven't hit the middle, so we don't even know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you know what? It's good to, like, I would actually rather there be like, oh, just so you know, it's going to be slow, rather than us being like, yes, all this stuff, and then going in with the wrong perspective. So this might actually keep it really good for us, because we'll be aware of the slowness. It won't be a surprise.
100%. I'm not surprised that it slows down in the middle, because it cannot keep this pace.
No, like, this is like overwhelming in like a good way right now, but like it can only go for so long.
But if this is the emotional roller coaster that I'm on for the next 330 pages.
With it also being bigger than book one, so it's like for a longer time. Yeah.
I'm gonna need a mental health check.
Yeah. Like, I would be a puddle by like page 100 if it kept going like this.
So I mean, like, we won't survive. So, like, I won't be mad if it slows down just a tad bit. Christina has one of those superhero layers, supercomputers with all the screens to keep track of all the sprints and what everyone's reading. I could believe this, to be honest. 100%. The best bit was you kept saying, okay, I got it. I won't forget. I know I need to. Then forget. I do this every time. Don't trust me. I can't remember anything. My brain is useless. If I do not write it down, or if I do not do it immediately, it's not getting done. It's just not. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds really good. Join the lassies. Very nice. This is why I just buy books. I'm so impatient, but I have only bought one book this year, which was When the Moon Hatched. One this year. That's amazing. I've been doing better with my book buying, but not that good. Hello, Monica. So jealous of your buddy read of Sunbringer, but I currently have 4 books on the go. I was going to say, you can join. You can join us, but I can understand also not wanting to add a 5th book to your currently reading, because, you know, there is a point where you can get overwhelmed with how many books you're currently reading. I'm kind of slightly at that point, but it's fine.
You shouldn't see my stack of currently reading over there. It's very high. I keep seeing it and I'm like,
yeah, it you know, it can get away from you really quickly somehow. I mean, it starts with a bang, so it has to slow down some. Exactly. It kind of does. Yeah. Wish I had one of those. That's what we're all going to pitch in and buy Christina for Christmas. Okay, does Brittany need reminders? Christina's on it. Christina knows. Like, if I don't get anything done. It's amazing I get anything accomplished, really. Finally got the kiddos in bed. Moving to my laptop. Be back in a bit. Sounds good. It's always so relaxing once the kids are in bed. Like, it's like, love it. Leaning toward the lassies just because that's the kind of person I am, but also love psych. Nice.
I respect it. I fully respect that choice.
I'm only reading Empty Smiles right now, and I only have 15 minutes left in the audio. You are so close to finished, and then you will have no currently reading books. I applaud this.
Oh
This
my
is amazing.
gosh. Yeah.
I don't even want to get into my currently reading. Don't even want to know. For cheesecake, and he didn't eat dinner. He threw it out. Oh no. Oh, parenting's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Hard. No, not right now, but just a funny memory. Maybe sleep, eat, read, and repeat. Sounds good. So we are going to jump into a sprint, but before we do, Bethany just popped in. So I want to say hello to Bethany. I'm so sorry that you have a sick kiddo, but I hope you're enjoying your read, and we are going to go into our second sprint, and I will see you all in an hour and 5 minutes. Leandra, just as we were coming off, I saw your voice messages pop in. I'm not where you are, so I have to wait to read them.
Just wait. Oh, wait. Tell me where you guys are, because I just finished chapter 7 and I stopped.
I am like 3 pages into chapter 7, so I'm on page 51.
Just wait. Okay, Julie, where are you?
I'm just about there. Something has happened, and
Yeah, this chapter, I feel like this is the biggest chapter yet. I was like, oh my god. And also, again, the great lines continue. I made sure to read the ones that were my favorites aloud to you guys in Instagram, so that's also why I said, yeah.
Yes, I'm in the middle of chapter 7, and something's happening.
Yeah, I feel like also the scenes of like what we'll say is like in God Killer and in this one, like altercations, whether they're physical, verbal, like are really well done. Like I feel like I'm on the edge of my seat to see like how someone's going to respond or like how they're going to fight. I'm really impressed by like in action scenes, even when it's like conversational. Yeah, love it.
So much has happened since we last talked.
So we got the perspective. We got the perspective we were waiting for.
We did. And I saw it pop up and went, oh no. Like I wanted it, but I'm also like scared for it a little bit. So, fair. We got to chapter 6, which Tennille was warning us about. Fair, heavy chapter. But like a lot of things to dissect with that as well.
Yeah, and predictions to cut. Like I feel like that's definitely setting us up for some stuff. Chapter 6
absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, and I think even if I went back, because I do plan on going back and annotating God Killer, I think I'm gonna see so many other things because there is so much. Hannah Kaner Peck, so much. Not even just with the actual storyline, but with the commentary behind the storyline. That like to get it all in one read, I don't think it's possible.
Oh, for sure. Like world building, I think is so well done, and how small of like even like Sunbringer is bigger than God Killer. It's a smaller book than I imagine like fantasies to be. Like the themes that are like the through lines, bigger picture, individual conflicts.
Yeah.
It feels good to be back.
It's so good to be back with them. It's so good to be back. And also the audiobook is so good. And it's one narrator.
Yeah.
Yes.
This narrator's so amazing.
Yeah.
So I don't know who this narrator is, because I think this is the only time I've ever, God Killer in this book. Yeah. But I'm like so talented to be able to pull this off and do it so well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just the voice fits and like the various tones that like the narrator's giving different characters, and like the way that lines are delivered, I love it. It all flows really well.
Yeah.
It's so well done.
Yeah. I just am so amazed how much each sentence packs in. Like,
oh, for sure. Just wait.
I don't even know how you annotate. Like, I'm going to annotate God Killer, but I don't know how you annotate God Killer, because I feel like I'm just going to annotate like paragraphs.
Like that was good. Oh, that was also good.
Yeah.
So was that.
Like for the first each person's perspective till I got through each one of those chapters, I felt like I was like tabbing or underlining or like touching so much, because there's so much world building in each like moment. But then it calms down a little bit. But like, yeah, it was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I was really vibing with chapter 7. That's all I can say, guys.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. I hope we find out more about that particular character throughout this book, because I feel like we just scratched the surface at the end of God Killer. Like we just a little bit, and I'm like, I want more.
Yeah.
I want more.
Yeah. I'll be interested to know if we get any POVs that we didn't get in like the last book, because we are seeing some characters return that we didn't get POVs for, and I'm like, could we get POVs for the, or are we set? We got our set list. I won't complain, but I'm wondering if Hannah Kaner is going to explore some of the other things, especially with what's happened in chapter 7. So
Oh.
That was so ominous. I was like, what has happened in chapter 7?
I know.
I don't want to get you guys like in all these like crazy things, but like I can't say anything, so I can't explain. But anyways,
yeah. I'm having a fabulous time. But also a heart wrench. I've had every emotion. I've gone through the full spectrum of emotions. If there is an emotion, I've had it. At some point in the first 50 pages of this book. Yeah. And Donna is also reading this. And yes, I understand this feeling completely. I think it was like chapter 2. I was like, why am I getting so emotional? It's the second chapter of a book.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Chapter 2, 100%. And it was so funny where we're like, yes, we know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Chapter 2.
Yeah.
Also, hello, Danny. How are you? I hope you had a good day. Finally finished up the Zombie-a-thon. Plus, I even read 2 bonus books for the event. Now to get ready for the Mystery Mayhem event. We love to see it. Hello, Jojo. Just finished lunch date with my eldest daughter. It's so nice to catch up. That sounds lovely. Made it to chapter 5, but I think I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for the sprints, and we will chat with you, I'm sure, in the next few days, Donna. I feel like there's people that I somehow meet somewhere on the internet like every day, even if it's just like quickly in a sprint comment to be like, "Hi, everybody." We're around. Chapter 5, that was a good one.
Yeah. I feel like that's a good place to stop because chapter 6 was very stressful.
I was just about to say that. If I was about to go to bed, I think you stopped at the perfect point because chapter 6 is a lot. Like take that on with a new day. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Ro. We are doing good. We are having a fabulous time. We're reading a book we love. We knew we were going to love it, but I don't think any of us knew we were going to love it this much.
No, I think we were scared. I was kind of nervous.
Yeah.
I'm glad we also held off because we were like, oh, do we want to squeeze it in for April? And then we're like, no, we'll do it for May. And so I'm really glad we did it now.
I agree. Because I want to give it its, like, when you know that it's potentially going to be like one of those books that you like remember and really, you don't want to like be smushing it in. You want to give it its day.
Yeah.
You know? I'm kind of sad I'm not vlogging this.
I know. I feel like if I was vlogging it, it would have to be a spoiler. Yeah, it'd be a spoiler vlog.
That's why I'm not
vlogging. Like a rereading, it could be really fun. Is depending on how we feel about this book. I mean, we're projecting we're gonna love it. Because it's a trilogy, right? When the third book comes out, vlogging, rereading of books 1 and 2, and then entering book 3. So then it can be like a series spoiler vlog. Because sometimes I feel like that actually makes more sense than like, you know what I mean?
Well, especially since we just said, like, you almost need to either do a recap of God Killer before going to Sunbringer. I'm assuming that will also be the case with the third book, just based off, the way it is. So someone who maybe doesn't want to reread, but would like those spoiler recaps, those videos are very helpful. I know that helped a lot of people with Ninth House and Hellbent because there was a 3-year break between Ninth House and Hellbent. So, and I know there's going to be a 3-year break between Hellbent and the next book. And I'm just like, why are you doing that to me? That's just mean. Got to chapter 3. Made it to chapter 3. It's a chapter 3 night. Different books, but we're all heading in the same place of The Shadow Rising before my headphones decided to quit. This happened to me the other night while I was buddy reading with Katie. I was in bed and I was like trying to catch up on the buddy read and my headphones died. And Katie went, "Where did you get to?" And I went, "I don't know, wherever my headphones died." That was where I stopped. I went, well, that's the end for today. The end. Hello, ML. Had to leave and take care of some stuff at the end of Leandra's sprints. Just now back, but I did finish the center and gave it 5 stars. I know this is slowly moving up in Leandra's list from today.
It sounds so good and it's gorgeous. Like the cover is really beautiful and it sounds really interesting. Like language and other things. So yeah.
70% into yours truly and still loving it. Yay. 62% of Sunbringer. The middle is slower, but I've read slower fantasies, kind of building for the plot later on, hoping to get to 75%. I can even kind of see that it's slowing down now. Like I will say, like, even though chapter 6 was a lot, this was, but it's not what the first 5 chapters were. But I'm not mad about it, because I think if we kept it that speed, I wouldn't have survived at this book.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was because there was such that, like, the way that Godkiller ended, we had to like arrive in a bang to like, and now that we've, you know, we've crusted it, and they're like, okay, yeah, so
finished my book, yay! Was it good? Did you like it? 57% in Warbreaker. Now there's a chunky fantasy, Danny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Danny wins the chunky.
That's large. Yes, feel free to mute us. Keep reading. 17 pages. We don't mind at all. And speaking of Nicole, I mean, we weren't speaking of you recently, but we were earlier, because I was telling everyone how we're going to send them off to you at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for lots and lots of sprints. Nicole will keep you covered for a long time. Wednesdays are Nicole's big sprint day. Nicole sprints all day. Good morning. Finally got here. Managed to get all my housework done. Nice and ready to do lots of sprints and whatever else we're going to do. Made it to the halfway point in the last Olympian. Currently 191 of 381. Also had to deal with the little one getting out of bed. Oh, it happens. In this next sprint, I have to put mine to bed. So can understand. Got to 50% in The Mistress and The Renowned. I did not start it tonight, so I did not really read half the book in an hour. Sounds good. I was like, where is this? I was reading it very slowly because I was like, what is this saying? Again, we've been here for a long time today. Chapter 15 in When the Moon Hatched. Chapter 14 broke me, and now shit is going down in chapter 15. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Loving the banter in The Honey Witch. It's so cute. Oh, that's good to hear, because I'm going to be reading this in July, it sounds like. So that's
fun.
Yes, Kirsty and I planned a buddy read today during Leandra sprints.
I remember the message. I was like, okay, so Kirsty's messaging Brittany moving forward, and then that's what happened.
That's what happened. Got to page 82 in my arc of Familiaris, which is really good so far. Maybe a solid 5-star book if it stays this good. Love to see it. The cover of Honey Witch is so beautiful. It's so nice. Mm-hmm. Now ready to read some pages today. Preparing for 10 hours of sprinting today and tonight. Nicole, the MVP of the day. Reread 3 chapters of When the Moon Hatched because someone posted something in the Discord discussion. I was like, I missed something. That happens with those big fantasy books, because even Leandra sent me a voice message about the chapter before chapter 6, and I went, I need to go back and look at that because I clearly missed that little statement.
Yeah, I saw that. You're like, wait, that I don't remember that.
I was like, give me a moment. I need to reread that. But I feel like that, especially in fantasy books, that can happen because so much is happening, which is why it's so nice to buddy read or group read, because what you might miss, someone else might catch, and then you can kind of get all the bits.
Yeah. And confirms. We were saying that this world, like, every sentence matters, like every detail. So it's really jam-packed. We're not going to get everything, especially if we're only reading it by ourselves. So
100%. Read a little of Threadneedle, but it's not really grabbing my attention right now. So I switched and started Ninth House. I approve this message. Need something I can read quickly right now for a secret readathon reasons. I wonder what's happening on whatever team Stacy's on for Escape the Readathon. I'm assuming it might be a different readathon though, so who knows? And I have no idea what team Stacy I probably did it one time. I no longer remember. I will say, Ninth House, fast read, heavy read. So just keep that in mind. A lot happens in Ninth House. It's very heavy. Put my kids to bed and read 35 pages. The more you guys talk about this book, the more I'm like, did I read a different book? I might reread it. You know what? Not every book is for every person. But yeah, I mean, you still gave it a pretty high rating. It was almost 4 stars. Like it was
3.75. Like that's not like like that's still something that a lot of people would be like, ooh, I could read that. Like that's a strong book. So
yeah.
And also some things are just like right time too.
100%.
I read, yay, Christina got some reading done. Chapter 6 of New Arrivals at Hedgehog Hollow. Oh, I love that title. Need to get through to chapter 11 tonight. Got a little distracted by baby being adorable. Perfectly good reason to get distracted. Leaning around my book and playing peekaboo and giggling and should be in bed right now. Yes, but let's not talk about that. It's fine. You know what? They're only little ones. So, take the moments when you have them, I think. Read 75 pages of Demon Copperhead this evening. Barbara Kingsolver always amazes me somehow. Okay, ML. I know what you like to read. I know what you like to read. I know you in this space, ML. You need to read Godkiller this summer.
Yeah, 100%. Because I was gonna say, and also I feel like I align with ML a lot. Like there are some series that we've really liked, and so I'm like, that's why I'm definitely taking The Center. I just put myself on hold for it as we were talking, actually. So waiting for that to come in, and also ML and I really like In Every Generation, and they're not similar, but I feel like as far as pacing goes, that fits. And yeah, ML, you read it. You need to.
Well, and I also know not that. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call Hannah Kanter's writing lyrical, but with the way it's quotable, it kind of leans adjacent to lyrically writing. And I know ML appreciates that kind of writing.
Yeah, well crafted. I think it's well crafted. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah. Like I wouldn't call it lyrical, but it's not. It's above normal.
Yeah, like lyric, like it's not like it's beautiful in how powerful and kind of like raw it is sometimes. Like some of these characters are like going through stuff, Yeah.
It's very, very intentional.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and it's not purple prosy either.
No.
So we're definitely not saying that. Like there's but it's not like sparse either. Like there's enough. ML, just read it, okay?
It's hard to describe because, like I said, it's not really lyrical, but it's like I don't know how to describe it. It's Hannah Kanter.
Yeah.
Looking forward to reading these books. You're having such a good time with them. We are obsessed with this series.
Just love it.
And whatever, Hannah Kanter is probably going to become, even once this series is over, an autobi author for me at this point. I can't see that being not the case. Just because the level of writing in these books really works for me. 3 pages of Bride. Oh, you're reading Bride by Ali Hazelwood, I'm assuming, unless it's a different Bride, but I'm going to assume that. Had dinner and the Discord for Escape the Readathon distracted me. It does that. It's a busy Discord. I'm not good at Discord unless it's like one of the ones I actually have to pay attention to because like I run them. But if I don't, I just kind of like pop in and like do what I need to do. And then I pop out. May have fallen asleep on the couch with little dude. You know what? You needed it. I like it. Didn't read. BookTube watched. I love that you were asleep and watched BookTube. Were you watching BookTube with your eyes closed, Rainey? Fair enough. I do that often. Unfortunately, Godkiller still has an 11-week wait for me. I have major FOMO. It does have a long wait. And I feel like it is getting more popular even now that Sunbringer's out. So it has made it longer because I've been waiting on it to come in so that I can annotate Godkiller. Because I didn't want to use a Scribd download for annotating just because I can annotate it whenever. This is Wanted, Leandra.
I'm totally down. That's what I'm thinking I'm going to do because I'm definitely going to want to reread it anyway. So
spoiler vlogs, bring it on. Yay for finishing Mel. Yay for finishing Jess. I have The Center rented out from the library right now. I should read it. Yes, you should. Kayla from Books and Lala adores The Center. I think she gave it a popularity boost for sure. If Kayla is talking about a book, it's definitely going to get a bump up.
Yeah.
Congrats, Jess. What are you thinking of Warbreaker? I like some aspects, but was a little put off by what I felt was excessive descriptions of breasts in random parts of the story. Interesting.
I know that Danny can't talk about it.
Oh, it's for a project.
It's for a project. So yeah.
We will wait and see. We will wait patiently. That's totally fine. Thank you, Kelly, for hanging out. I hope you have a good night. So focused on the banter between characters, wondering how the male lead got all his scars and burns. What book was this? Oh, is this What the Moon Hatched? That I literally missed what he said to the female lead the first time around. There. For a second, I was like, what book was this?
Yeah, I was like, what's going on?
I'm like, I should definitely know this. So like brain, figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Children are boycotting bedtime and I'm losing it over here. I'm so sorry. Just need a break after a long day of juggling work and a sick toddler. He has been feeling better, but I feel like the fever is back. Oh no. I mean, it gets tiring after a long day. And so you need your rest time and your alone time. And that really only happens once the littles are in bed. Putting this at the top of my TBR. Yes. ML, you're gonna love it. Like you will. It might be later on. I remember it took me out of the story so much. I took a picture of the page and sent it to a friend. I have done this before. I have legit done this, especially in buddy reads. I'm like, are you seeing this? Especially with like popular books, and you're like, why did like everyone loves this? And I'm seeing all of these things. Like, can someone else, validate my feelings?
Yep.
Got to chapter 5, page 48. My goal in the next sprint is to get to chapter 9. You got that, Glenda. Good story, though, and easy to read. The writing style, just a few weird choices. Fair. I haven't yet to read a Brandon Sanderson. Who reads? That's not Warbreaker, though. Who writes Warbreaker? Why did I think Brandon Sanderson? I don't know why. Am I right?
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
I
Warbreaker.
did it, and then I second guessed myself. I was like, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. He writes so many books that you're like, which one do I attribute?
So many.
Yeah.
Yes, Welcome to BookTube still running. I know I'm obsessed. I had such a lovely time annotating Icebreaker, to be honest. It's so many tabs. It's excessive. Side note, anyone who didn't get the Illumicrate edition of Sunbringer, they have them available again. I ordered them and the FT Lukens collection last week.
Ooh. What's FT Lukens?
It's an author. I can't think of what they write.
Oh, so this is Ever After Spellbound. Maybe it's Spellbound. I recognize that title. Because I
broke my own rules.
Oh.
It's Sanderson. It's Sanderson. I was a bit irritated by all the female body descriptions. It's one thing if it's equal opportunity ogling, but it was just only with the women I felt. That's fair. That's a fair critique. Very fair. That's one of my problems with the current Wheel of Time book I'm on.
Yeah, there was a book that I read. I can't remember what it was now, and I just read it within the last couple of weeks, which isn't good. But I remember what I didn't like about it. There was something where I felt like, oh, I know what it was. I can talk about it. It was called The Busybody. I was like, is it for a vlog? I can't remember. It wasn't. So I was like, I'll just tell you. Yeah, where it was like mainly women, and they were ogling this man like to such an extent. And I was like, you know what? I'd be uncomfortable if it was, the other way around. Anyone ogling a woman, I'm just as uncomfortable with them doing it to this man, and I don't like this. Yeah. So like that. We don't like anyone ogling people's bodies, especially when it's like very pointed and you can tell it's towards a certain gender or group of people.
Yeah. I know it's bad. I know I'm slightly concerned that my first Sanderson is going to be Wheel of Time, which should not be what happens, but I'm slightly concerned that that's how it's going to shake out. I may read Skyward next month, though.
Brittany, I'll tell you a secret. I have only read Mistborn, and I didn't continue reading it. So
So
I've
I
only
might not
read-
like it, is what you're telling me.
You're telling us a secret. You're like, Brittany, I'm going to tell you a secret. Leandra's in the room, and so is the rest of the internet.
So is the entire 60 people on the stream. But go ahead.
This is exactly how I felt when I was like, guys, I soft DNF'd the Name of the Wind once.
Right. It's
Yeah.
scary to say the things out loud sometimes.
Yeah. But I mean, it was years ago. I like read it like probably 5 or 6 years ago. So but I just didn't go back. So maybe someday. But
Someday. There's there's so many books to read. And Brandon Sanderson has so many books you can read.
And so many different kinds of books. So I'm sure there's something out there, but
Many. In all caps, I adore FT Lukens. I love them so much. They're so funny. Yes, in all caps. And we agree with the all caps. So we're apparently sleeping on this.
yeah, because Ro and Jess have great recs. So
I know.
check this out.
I'm like, I'm obviously behind. Have Elantris, but I've been putting it off both because of Warbreaker and the length. I have liked the Rhythmatis. I'm sure I said that wrong. And Emperor's Soul a lot though. Okay. I think
Is it like arithmetist, but it's
I think it's rhythmatist.
Rhythmatist.
Yeah.
Sure. That makes sense. I'll go with that. I'm good with that. We may have influenced Nicole to buy God Killer and Sunbringer. Crystal, hello.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Ro, hello. You need someone like me to force you to pick it back up.
Yeah.
There you go. There's no way that you're enjoying Wheel of Time and you don't enjoy Elantris. Well, this Wheel of Time book may be the one that breaks the cycle. It's rough.
You'll get through it. Maybe.
Maybe.
Confidence, maybe.
I'll get it done, but something needs to happen.
Honestly, this must be like a breath of fresh air.
Oh, I'm like, I was gonna like try and also read another book tomorrow, and that's not happening. This is the only thing I'm reading tomorrow because it's the only thing I'm enjoying that I'm currently reading. So, like, fair. Yeah. Filming done. That was such a big video.
Whoa.
Ooh, I'm guaranteed we can't know what it is.
I think I do, but I
do?
don't know. There's a few. I don't know if we're allowed to say, Bree, but
Probably not.
Yeah, I feel like I know what it is because there's been some mentions elsewhere, but we'll keep going. But yeah, we'll see what Bree says, but I won't say a thing.
If you want to try an easy Sanderson series, Alcatraz versus the Evil Librarians was a fun series. Middle grade fantasy. Nice. Can't wait to see it, Bree, right? Do need to pick up Mistborn. I've talked to a few people who think it's way more up my alley. I have that one on the Kindle, so I do have the first Mistborn. Like, I have Brandon Sanderson books. I just haven't read them. I don't know why. It's just, last year I was in my romance era too, so like I didn't read any, or at least not very many fantasy books last year. So now I'm like a whole year behind. Now I want to reread Elantris. That's not good. I do not have time.
Oh no, Jess.
Oh, yes, I knew about this.
Yeah, I was like, am I going crazy? Like, I was like, I'm pretty sure this is the one that we're going to be talking about.
Yeah. I did know about this. You're right.
Yeah. I can't wait for it.
Very exciting video. That's going to be really good. Although it's going to be horrible for my TBR.
Yeah.
But like
100%.
Horrible, but great.
Horrible, but great. And I'm here for it. Warbreaker, because they said it was the best for romance lovers. There you go. I have that book. I just haven't read it. Every book person ever.
Oh my gosh.
It's true. Oh no, I have to try and say this again.
Say it.
I did really like Rhythmatist. Is that what we decided to go with?
I think so.
It's either middle grade or YA, and it's kind of a fantasy mystery in an alternative world where North America is set of islands. Philippines. Interesting.
That does sound really good.
Interesting.
Leandra, you just look so interested. I'm not going to put you off of this, but I think he's only written one book, and it's like been out for like 5 or 6 years.
Oh, so he's never going to finish
no.
this series of what you're telling me.
Yeah, like I'm just like I could be wrong. It could be the wrong series, but I think even though people like liked it, it didn't continue.
That's good to know, because I feel like I've already started so many series this year, and I don't know if I should start any more that I can't be sure are going to continue.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That happens so much in fantasy that they just stop. Like, why do we do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just make it a standalone. Like, make it a standalone, okay? I'm okay with standalones.
Yeah, I don't know why they do this. This is for Romance for Rainy. Sanderson, that's romance. Well, there goes my budget. Thanks, free. After Leandra's 70 credits.
Yeah, Nicole, we just want you to go bankrupt. Like we
do. Another one for Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. It has a conclusion, though, just a few loose ends. It could act into standalone if you never continued. It's pretty good. Okay. Oh. But this is going to be the last sprint. Can you believe it? We've made it. So we're going to do one more sprint. We'll come back for a very tiny chat, and I mean very, very tiny. And then we will teleport over to Nicole's for another 10 hours.
Woo!
We won't. We will send you, and Nicole will take care of you from there. I will see you all in a little over an hour. We did it.
We did it.
We did it. I got to the end of chapter 8 and then I gave up. My eyes were, I was doing the long blinks and I was like, that's not good. I'm going to miss, especially in this book, I'm going to miss integral information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you do?
I hit the end of chapter 10 and I got tired of the big light, so I moved.
Yeah, I lied to you all. I just sent you a message saying that I also finished 10. No, I did not. I finished 9. Because I was like, wait a second, did I? And then I looked and it's the start of 10. I always do that where I'm like, okay, I finished this chapter. I'm like, no, that's just the last number I saw. So I'm at chapter 9. So we're at 8, 9, 10. Like,
I love that. We've made a sandwich of the chapters, and that's a perfect way to end our Sunbringer for this evening. I'm excited to get into it tomorrow, though, when I'm not as tired, because I'm really enjoying it.
Me too. We'll see if I can get to it tomorrow. I'm like, there are a couple priority reads that unfortunately I might have to.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm excited for those too, but I feel like I can't just give in to binging this.
I mean, I should also read the priority reads.
Shadow of the Rising, or what is it? Rising of the Shadow?
What Shadow Rising needs some attention. I should have really finished Bloodmark today too.
Legendborn.
I only have like 3 hours left on that audiobook at like regular speed. Like I could knock that out. So I have an arc to do.
Yeah, I might not get back to this till Friday.
Well, if you're all taking the day off tomorrow, then I may.
Yeah, that makes me feel better. I won't. Okay, let's all just agree.
Yeah, because I have to try to finish this for Thursday.
Right.
So.
Okay, well then what we may do is I'll just get to chapter 10 where Julie is, and then I will go back to the required reading.
That sounds good. And then we can kind of reassess and pick it up at the same time. Yeah.
Love this for us. We can get the stuff done. It's fine.
It's fine.
This is what happens when you're reading 5 books at once.
Normal. It's normal.
Yeah, I've got so much to do. So that's perfect. We had Nell pop in while we were on the sprint. Hello, Nell. How are you? Also, Denise finished The Covenant of Water, all 715 pages of it, and gave it 5 stars. And you know what? For those chunky books, it's always good when they really hit and are fabulous because they're chunky. Ran out of steam. Same. Like I said, the blinks were getting really long there at the end. Sunbringer at 70%. You are so close. Have Thursday off work, but have adulting to do, but hoping to finish Sunbringer in between tasks. Very nice. And speaking of Thursday, that is the next time I will be on the internet. I will be here on Thursday at noon Eastern Standard Time for 7 hours of sprints. What will I be reading? Who knows? One of those many books I just said. Didn't read, made a book review Instagram post for tomorrow, updated my reading spreadsheet, and took a shower. Very good. Lots of stuff done. And Maddie is here. And absolutely no worries, Maddie, because I know that you are running your own sprints too. So we're doing the sprint hopping and things. So it was lovely to spend the day with you, though, I have to say. Thank you, Ro. And everyone, don't worry if you still want more sprints. As soon as I hit end stream, it's going to take you to Nicole's channel. And they're going to sprint for so many more hours. So if you still need to get more reading done and are not doing the long blinks, then that's where you need to go. 45% in Demon Copperfield. Started my reading languages variation for uni. Very nice. Finished my chapters for book club, got my kids in bed, and played on Canva. Canva is one of those things, like when you sit down to Canva and you're like, oh, I'm just going to do something really quick. And you can spend so much time on Canva.
So much time. Either doing different versions of the same thing or like suddenly like, oh, this is a great idea. Maybe I can make another. And then you're like hours have gone by.
hours.
Thumbnails are the worst because I feel like a thumbnail is never really done. Like I'm never really like, oh yes, I love that.
Yeah, there's always like something else. You're like, could I have added, or could I? Like, I always like, I'm like, should I be smaller? Should I be bigger? And I'm like, Leandra, nobody cares about how big you are on your thumbnail.
I'm like, should I have tilted that book to the left? And I'm like tilting them. I'm putting shadows on them, and I'm like, just back away from the thumbnail.
Is this font good? Is this font good?
The color, do I like this color over that color? And I'm like, people are looking at this for all of 0.1 seconds before YouTube starts auto playing the video anyway. So like you literally can only see it for like half a second.
So true. Oh my gosh. And
I'm sitting here spending like reasonable amounts of time. Really must pick up Shadow Rising tomorrow. Yeah, I also need to do this. Although I did make some good progress on Leandra sprints today, which was good. I may prioritize finishing Bloodmark tomorrow.
Yeah, and then you'll feel good because you finished it.
Right.
Yeah. And you don't want to like, again, kind of wait too long to pick it back up. Like just, get it done. You'll feel confident and you can kind of like declutter your brain with like a finished book.
Exactly. One last book on the currently reading list would be nice to have. And then I can just like focus on the other 3, 4. And this weekend I'm doing a readathon where I'm reading none of these books.
Yay!
Lovely for me. It's fine, everyone. Everything's fine. Thank you, Christina, for hanging out with us. Everyone's a Rainy now with all the books. We've succumbed.
It's true.
We have.
Good night. Like to know your thoughts on Priory of the Orange Tree video idea for next year. I have read Priory, and I think I vlogged Priory.
I have DNF Priory.
There you go.
I haven't touched it, and I don't know. I don't know if it would be a me book. I feel like people told me it wouldn't be because I'm like a baby fantasy reader at this point.
Fair. Yeah, I think I vlogged it. Now I have to. I
feel like I saw. Speaking of thumbnails, I feel like I saw it on a thumbnail of yours. Like it
was a while ago.
Yeah.
It would have been like, I think not last year, so 2022.
I feel like that was one of the first videos I watched from you.
Yeah, it's been
something like that.
It's been a while since I read Priory of the Orange Tree, but I think I vlogged it. Yeah. So if you, I'll have to look. Need to send my kids off to Auntie's house for the weekend just to read Shadow Rising. I feel like once it gets going, it'll be a fun one. And I'm sure that's the case. It's just taking me a minute. Although I can kind of see now that like everybody's kind of ready to start going off on their adventures. So that then it'll pick up. I was starting to see that as we were getting to the end of it today. Leandra too. It's not just me. Leandra and I have been sprinting all the day long.
However, I've got to relax the last. We've switched where Brittany has to be on, and now I've just been chilling.
It is different when you are not the second person, because we've always done that. I was the first person for Ice Planet, and then when we started doing Long Tuesdays, I became the second person, and I was like, oh, this is so much harder. I'm sorry to have made you do this for Ice Planet for so long, because by the time you even start, you're tired, and then you're like, oh, I've got to read all the comments.
Like I'm supposed to function.
I'm supposed to be able to read out loud.
Right. I can barely talk on a good day, let alone like after we're on hour 11, y'all. You getting what you're getting. 90% done. Thank you for hanging out with us. Rainy is a bad influence. Fair. Page 52 and Glenda, thank you so much. Have a good night. Going to snuggle with my pillow once my blinks get too long in the next 20 minutes. You are a great influence. It's true. But I am feeling overwhelmed with the amount of reads I have right now. So like I need to finish up some of them. So I think, Bloodmarked is probably what I'm going to do tomorrow, because that'll just be like one less book that I'm doing. Heavy fantasy does take practice. Yeah, for sure. I don't actually feel like Priory is that heavy.
Okay. Hot take. Is this a hot take?
It's big. It's chunky. But I don't necessarily think it's high. I guess
like
it would be
like as complex as some other reads.
I mean,
yeah.
I would assume, I haven't read the David Bad trilogy, but I would assume that was higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was I think I processed things like 70% and I was like, okay, I know what's happening. And that's not like an insult to be like, I didn't know, but like, I was like, I feel all these parts, but I'm like, where are they connecting? And then they connected at 70%. And I was like, okay. So now, because like, I felt like I was like, okay, you're in your corner, you're in your corner. And then I was like, okay, what's happening? Yeah.
Mostly because, I mean, I don't think the magic system in Priory is that in depth.
Yeah.
It's more about the relationships with the people, and then there's dragons.
Mhm.
Which dragons are not necessarily a magic system that's hard to follow. They're just a creature that can fly, if that makes sense. The dragons talk, though, which was a big selling feature for me that I didn't know until I read the book. And the dragon spoke. The dragon flew into the air and then spoke. And I went, why did no one tell me the dragons speak? I would have picked this book up ages ago.
Yeah, you're like, wait, dragon, get back here. I have some questions.
I was like, that was an integral thing that someone should have told me.
Yeah.
I need to read the prequel, though. Still, I have not done that. This is true. Priory does have a lot of female characters, so it makes it more relatable, which is what I think is more common recently, but still refreshing in the genre. Absolutely. Yeah. I actually think Godkiller might be harder to follow than Priory.
And I follow. Okay, maybe I think it's just the length. I think I'm
It's
suggesting
chunky,
to
but
myself,
I would not call it like. I guess it technically would follow under epic fantasy, but I don't.
I didn't DNF it because I couldn't follow it or understand it. I hated one of the characters so much that I could not. And I put it down for too long, and then I was like, and I had to start with that chapter.
Oh no.
And I was like, it's over.
Totally fair. Totally fair. I did not give Priory 5. I gave it 4. Mostly because it fell into everything just kind of cleared up too easily. Like there was no struggle for things. It was like they needed something and it would just like happen.
Mhm.
And find it like the next chapter. And I was like, y'all could have struggled a little.
Yeah, like come on. I think we need a little bit of adversity, right? Like
right. It kind of falls into that like chosen one trope, which I never go. That one can hit or miss for me on whether that works because again, the struggle makes it more realistic. But we have 1 minute to send you all over to Nicole. So we're going to end the conversation here and we are going to send you off. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this Tuesday for the entire day. I will see you on Thursday and Leandra will see you next Tuesday unless Leandra has sprints that I don't know about. No. And Julie, do you have anything scheduled?
No.
Subscribe to both of them and then you will know when things get scheduled. They're both in the description. But we will send you off. Have a good night and happy reading, everyone. Bye.